Mamalarımı götürmeyecek miyim?
Kızım güzel konuş.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I don't know where your time zone is. So welcome to batch 100 and 101st. My friends, you can mute your Zoom meeting because we'll be using it in lessons, but we'll mostly be using the Slack. So when you open your Zoom, just browse to the left corner. It should be on the left. Just click on the mute button. Good morning. So I'll be waiting for another 2 or 3 minutes in case if our friends having difficulties joining the meeting. Good morning, good afternoon. Also, my friends, please avoid using the chat in Zoom because I'm not gonna check this chat part in Zoom. So try using the Slack for all your messages. We are 37 right now, so let's give it another 2 minutes. So, okay, everyone, let's start. Again, Welcome to your new batch. You're a special batch in terms of the number because you'll be the century mark for our institution. You'll be the batch 100 and 101st. So I again welcome you all. And you started with the orientation yesterday with Mr. Süleyman, I guess. And my name is Melih Koçar. I have an experience over 20 years in different fields and different sectors. And I was also a student like yourselves in Tech Pro. And here I am right now. I'll be doing all the admin sessions with you. We will be together, hopefully, like 5 months or more. I'll be doing the admin sessions with you. Also, I'll be joining the developer sessions in daytime, and the nighttime and the weekend Apex sessions will be conducted by Mr. Süleyman. And let's start with our agenda. Again, we'll be talking about the schedule. It will be updated and you will be informed accordingly. We will be seeing what a CRM is, what is cloud computing, what is Salesforce, what are the environment types, and we will be looking at an overview of the Salesforce carrier. And also we will be seeing the trailhead. And if we had time, we'll be starting to our data types lesson as well. So let's see, this will be, again, it will be like an orientation, and it will be an introduction again to Salesforce. You already had some brief ideas from Mr. Süleyman's lesson yesterday, but also I think he should have mentioned that repetition is good for boot camps. And the boot camps generally requires hard work, and you need to have full concentration, you need to have dedication, and the other thing will lead you to success is also repetition. And also boot camp means fun. That's why we have this fun channel over there, so you can share anything amuses you with your friends over there. And as I've been in a boot camp, I can also humbly recommend you to sleep well and also plan your day, which are key factors. And researching also is a very essential thing to do in this period. Okay, Ali, am I speaking too fast? Also, let's ask the others. So how is the audio also to you? Is it loud and clear? Good. Okay, good. So again, these topics we will be talking about today, and these specific topics you'll be faced questions about those hopefully when you graduated and when you get your certificates and when you try to interview with a company. You will mostly be facing these questions, not mostly, definitely be facing these questions, because when you are interviewing as a Salesforce profession, you'll most probably will be asked what a CRM is. You'll be asked what a cloud and computing is. So it's better to give your full attention. Without further ado, let's start. So what is cloud computing? My friends, cloud computing means having the ability to store and access data and programs over the internet instead of a hard drive. So can anyone give me an example of cloud computing in our daily life? Like as a hint, I can tell you for the storage and data purpose, are we using anything? Yes, we're using iCloud and we're using Google Drive, as well as OneDrive, Google Photos. Also, they are the places which we can store our data, we can store our images, we can store our documents. Cloud computing is the delivery of different services through internet. These resources include tools, applications like data storage services, databases, networking, and software. YouTube, yes, it is a cloud computing as well, because we're receiving a service from them, the playing of a video, sharing of a video, or creation of a video, and creation of playlists. So we can call it as cloud computing because the data you're uploading is stored on YouTube sites, not on your computers. So we can count it as well. And let's move. Cloud computing services can be provided in 4 different deployment modes, depending on size and structure of an organization. A public cloud can be available to people across the world. The users have no control over the resources. Let's see private cloud, and then let's compare. Allows accessibility of systems and services within a specific boundary or organization. And there is that hybrid cloud, and that is integrated type of cloud, which can be a combination of 2 or more cloud services. In our case, let's say it could be taking some features from the public cloud and other features from the private cloud as well. And that's what, and that one we're calling a hybrid cloud. And then there's that community cloud, in which the cloud setup is shared manually among different organizations that belong to the same community. This could be a little bit confusing. This is like the government institutes. As you know, they provide different services. But in reality, on top of everything, they are connected to a cloud. So one institute can use another application of a different institute. This applies to federal agencies in US, and also whether you're residing there, there are there could be some government institutes that can be cross-sharing their applications. So that type of cloud is called a community cloud. And here is a graphical visual of cloud computing. We have servers, storage, and we have mobile applications, normal applications, and a database, and we can access them through a hybrid cloud, or a public cloud, or a private cloud. So what type of services these clouds offer? And how can we define them from one another? So let's start from the bottom. It's saying infrastructure as a service. And then we have the platform as a service and the software as a service. Now, in infrastructure as a service, let's assume it like I made a simple, maybe this could resemble the situation. Let's say we have a foundation and we have all the utilities like water and electricity is brought here to that foundation, but nothing else is given to us. When we buy this land, this property as it is right now, we can say it is much more of like a infrastructure as a service. So how about platform as a service. Let's say we bought a flat, empty flat. We don't have any furniture over there. We cannot entertain ourselves. There is nothing there. There is only the structure itself. So it's built on this structure, and we can complete the rest of the furnishment and other things in that concept. It's the platform as a service. And let's see software as a service. Software as a service resembles much more of luxury hotel room. And if you're in a hotel room, you have everything. You rent this hotel room and everything, like the food service, the furnitures are there, the other services are brought to you, and this is much of a software as a service. So in another comparison, let's see, in 90s, generally, when the cloud services, it was another known issue. It wasn't known, it wasn't invented, I guess. The first steps were taken, but it wasn't very common used. So in 90s, much of the companies were functioning like that on premises. Like they have their servers, they have their networking devices and networking settings for the virtualization, operation systems, other middleware and runtime data applications. They are all kept in on premises. I mean, they are kept in house. So what do you think the risks of that? What can happen if we keep all of them in our premises? What can happen? Do you see anything wrong with this? Yes, Fatih, they can be lost. Exactly, they can be stolen. And out of that, can you see another picture about, let's think, how much should we pay for doing all of these? They can get damaged as well, John, thank you. Digital doomsday might happen, yes. Yes, exactly, it's also expensive. So it brought a burden to the company to keep the maintenance of these kind of structures. Wasting time as well. Maybe you'll be recruiting a staff for that one, right? For the servers, you need to have a server administrator. So maybe you need to keep your IT team a little bit larger, right? As you might see right now, the huge companies, they have a core team of IT people. But back in the day, it was not like that, because as you can see, everything was kept on the offices. So that's why they need to hire maybe more than 3 people, 4 people, 5 people to keep everything running. So also that is another case. It brings us an extra workload, yes, as well. And this type of, they still exist in the world, as you can see in third world countries, they still have, or very small businesses still can use that, but it's not practical. And as I said, you have to worry about your security, you need to worry about the maintenance and everything. So let's move on to infrastructure as a service. In this case, the others manage. The others manage means if we get this service, the virtualization, the servers, the storage, and the networking will be ready. So we will be having those with the package. So what do we have to do? Maybe we have to manage our operation system, the middleware, the runtime, the data, and the applications. These are the areas that we should be managing. On the other hand, let's move on to platform as a service. In this case, the operating system, middleware, and runtime also included in the package, but we need to take care of the data and the applications. And ultimately, the software as a service brought everything to you. The only thing you should be having is a stable connection, maybe. Other than that, everything is kept on the other side. So I think this will give you a brief overview of services. And software as a service apps are web applications or mobile apps that users can access via web browser. Software updates, bug fixes, and other general software maintenance are taken care for the user, and they connect to the cloud applications via dashboard or application programming interface, which we call API. And if we are going to give some examples of software as a service, Salesforce and the Slack that we're using right now, they are regarded as software as a service. Also, the other examples are listed here, like the Zoom, the Gmail, the Facebook. So the advantages of software as a service: it's accessible from any location, but connectivity is a must. If we are not connected, there is no chance we'll be getting that service. Cost and time effectiveness, yes, and ease of use as well. The disadvantages or the concerns you might call them, you have limited permissions because everything is kept on the other side, and there are some security concerns which you might heard back in the day. These kind of structures could be targeted if they are not protected well. Exactly, Yusa. Most of the apps that we use today are software as a service. I can easily say, if you have a mobile and the apps over there, and if they need a connection or something, if they are not local applications, they are software as a services. So my friends, any question up to this point? Yes, first, the Korkut's question: when do we work as a Salesforce developer? Can we say that we are using Salesforce platform as a service? Yes, exactly. We will be developing in that environment. Kasim, my sound is not clear. Is it my sound, Kasim, or you're having problems with it? Okay. Now, that's where your question is answered, Korkut. Platform as a service. This is an offering of a platform with built-in software components and tools which developers can create, customize, test, and launch applications. And Force.com, which is the development platform for Salesforce, is a platform as a service. So for everyone, I'm gonna repeat, how is the sound to you all? Is it clear, or is it only the Qasim having problems? Yusa says, okay, it's clear for me okay. Good. Kasim, maybe you need to check your own settings, or that should be a problem on your side. So you can maybe write it to tech support. Maybe they can help you. Okay, for everyone's it's clear. That's good. Okay, here are the other also platforms acting as a platform as a service. Force.com. Heroku is a platform as well that also you can develop here in different languages like Ruby, Java, Scala, and Python. Also, the other examples are Windows Azure and, as you know, the Amazon services as well. And let's see software as a service versus platform as a service. Just like GoToMeeting or Google Apps, Salesforce.com is an out-of-the-box solution with their 3 core products. These core products are Service Cloud, Sales Cloud, and Marketing Cloud. And you could go out and buy the Sales Cloud today, and you can instantly start using it. In the contrast, you can go out today and buy some Force.com licenses, and you will not have an out-of-the-box solution. However, you have to build your own apps, own tabs, own custom objects, own workflow rules, all yourself. So that is there's another difference. And for the infrastructure as a service, this is a virtual equivalent of a traditional data center. As I said in the beginning, the servers, the connectivity, everything is provided to you. And the rest is up to you. You should be building on that structure. We will be using the developer edition, Candan, which we will come in this slides. I'll be explaining it further in detail. We won't be using Force.com at the moment. We will be, for our lessons, we will be using 2 of that. We'll be using the developer for the Apex and admin lectures. For the Apex, you can access the developer part from the developer org. Also, the admin lectures which will take place will also be on developer org. And the playground org is the trailhead. I don't know if you already have subscribed to Trailhead, right? Or if not, you should start using the Trailhead. Just give it a try. Just browse through the menus. I'll be explaining it also in a very brief way. So this playground orgs, we will be doing our project sessions. Also another graph to understand the concept. In infrastructure as a service, there are virtual machines, bare metal servers, storage, load balancers, networking, and in cloud platform, we have the application, the database, web server, developer services, and the data lake. And in software as a service, we have the CRMs, we have the ERPs, and the web conferencing, the group chat, email, analytics, virtual desktop, and games, so on. So Salesforce also, we're using an architecture here as a user. which is called the multi-tenant architecture. So what does multi-tenant architecture means? Multi-tenancy is the fundamental technology that clouds use to share IT resources cost efficiently and securely. Also, another definition, multi-tenancy is a software architecture where a single software instance can serve multiple distinct user groups. So let's say this is our space in that building, and this is dedicated to us, but everything else is managed by the building management, you can say, the power, the water, and the building maintenance. We are only occupying this space and we're using it. So having occupying a space like that, so every tenant should have nearly the equal resources, right? Let's say you're living in a flat, and let's say you're using the water, but your neighbor couldn't use the water because you're using it a lot. You're consuming it a lot. So that will be feasible. So as there are pipes over there, or there are some constructional solutions which provides you accessing the water without interrupting the others, right? So same goes for the electricity, same goes for the gas or other amenities that you use in your building. So we need to have some, or each space should have its own limits. So what are those limits? These limits are called governor limits. You'll be hearing about this concept in the future as well. So Apex runs in a multi-tenant environment. The Apex runtime engine strictly enforces and limits so that running Apex code or processes don't monopolize the shared resources, what does that mean? Don't monopolize means you cannot use them all. You cannot have them all, or you cannot interrupt others' usage. So that's why there are some limits defined here, like say total number of records retrieved by the SOQL query. So this cannot exceed 50,000, or total number of SOSL queries issued, which cannot exceed 20. Like so, there are some limits. So every tenant in our example are bound to those limits. They cannot overgo from that limits. Okay. Now this is a question you'll be hearing a lot, even in our bootcamp, when you are maybe having a mock interview, or maybe you're having that interview classes, the mentoring lessons. You'll be hearing that question. You'll be hearing that question, the most importantly, in the interviews. When you go for a Salesforce interview, this is like the best question you can ask. So instead of memorizing and just saying a specific explanation, you can create your own explanation and brought it to the interviewer. So what is a CRM? What is a CRM? Or what do you understand from CRM? Apart from what is written in the slide, what do you understand from that one? Just don't look at the definition here, in your own words. Or who should use CRMs? No answers? Ivan says, help customers organize, like hospitals, schools. Yes, correct. Customer relation management system, which helps automating your business processes and saves time, money. Yes, Korkut. Mostly sales departments of a company. You're partially correct, John. Apart from the sales, we will be seeing that the other departments rely on customer relation management systems as well. Help advertisements, we can say as well, Ayşe, because there's that marketing cloud, Google reviews. For the Google reviews, Gülin, it's everybody, it's just personal, you know, so there is nothing you can do about a Google review. So help improve sales and marketing. Exactly, Candan. And Gülin also says Google reviews. Yeah, it affects Google reviews. Yeah, in another sense, I thought about it. Yes, when you're providing a good service to your customers, the reviews will come. And the reviews will be positive as much as when you invest in your customer relationship, they will improve. So CRM stands for customer relationship management. Yes, exactly. The feedbacks are always guided. I agree. Organize team and help the customer. Yes. Thank you, Furkan. Also, let's read our definition. It says customer relationship management. It stands for customer relationship management. Some ERPs can be mixed with CRMs as well. And some ERPs, in some sense of terms, they can function as a CRM as well. So like SAP, SAP give it as an example. SAP is an ERP. Also, it has the CRM features as well. So we cannot distinctly say that it's not an ERP. It's a customer relationship management as well. And this is the technology for managing and supporting customer relationships. The basic definition is that one. ERP is electronic resource planning. IBAN. So it's also widely used. Yes. So the SAP can be given as an example. And CRM technology helps companies build and grow customer relationships across the entire customer lifecycle. It helps teams across marketing, sales, commerce, service, and IT with the tools and information they need for personalized and consistent customer experiences that drive business value, which all says, in the end, this is to make, to get the most out of your customer satisfaction. In today's terms, if you're not using a CRM, you won't be, and let's say, you shouldn't be a huge company. You can be a middle company or a new starter as well. Without using a CRM, you cannot be able to control everything because CRM brings every information. It brought you information. It gets data and it provides you information. That's the main thing the softwares do. The softwares helps us getting an information. Like in ERPs or CRMs, there are bits and pieces of data entered from different departments, I guess. Let's say from the procurement, they are providing some data to the system. And let's say the sales provides another one. The production, let's say it's a producing and selling company. It's a huge company. It produces some goods and it sells them. So these bits and pieces from each department may become very important information. It can give you an insight for the future. So who needs this information? Generally, not generally, the top management always needs this information because they are taking the most important steps. They are taking the most important decisions for the company. So they need to be seeing getting an information from the system. So without using an automated system, an electronic system, you cannot get this because the human error blocks everything. That's why we're using softwares in today's world for everything. Before, like from the before, I mean, like, let's say 30 years or maybe more, 30 or 40 years before, some were kept manually, and that was a disaster. You cannot rely on humans while keeping this sensitive information, because we all make mistakes. I can make mistakes, you can make mistakes. And in this term, yes, maybe we can say softwares, if they are not managed good, or if they are not managed well enough, they can make mistakes. But if you control them, if you give the exact right directions, it will be minimized. Like accounting, yes, Gülin, in accounting, maybe if you're old enough like me, I remember some companies using some books to keep their account records, which is very funny for me right now, because it'll just be disappeared. So you cannot keep it anywhere. And to think of the workload doing that and the human error. Ali asks a question. Ali, how much basic CRM programs, sales price? It depends on which program you're using, and also it depends on the scale of your company. So there is not one product. In this slides I'll be showing you, there are some editions of Salesforce which vary in the price. So let's say you're a new starter, there are some CRM tools that you can use. And let's say you're a very big company, you're a giant in the industry, you're operating in different continents, you'll be needing a different edition. So really, I cannot give you an valuation for that one. So you might make a Google research for that one. You can just research, and you can say CRM prices. Also, thanks, Mr. Sadik. Also, Mr. Sadik provided us the current pricing for the Salesforce to your question. Yes, in these terms, if you're a big company and if you rely on CRMs, it's not about what you're paying, it's about what you will be getting in return. So in return, I think the advantages, you cannot say this is too expensive for me. It only depends on your scale. So on a different level, let's see. Let's suppose we're running an ice cream company, not the shop. Don't think it as a shop. So we are producing an ice cream. And first, what should we do to sell these ice creams? Would you go and buy, let's say you're in a supermarket and you're seeing a brand for the first time. Would you be buying that one? Let me give it a try. And let's suppose that there's another brand that you know from its taste and quality. Would you be so adventurous to go for the other one? In my terms, yeah, for ice cream, I can do that. But let's think it a little bit different. Like if you're getting some medicine For the medicine, you can risk it. You cannot go on. Let me try this one. Yes, ingredient check is an also different feature, but in this terms, you need to first find the market to sell this. So how can you find the market to sell this? You need to be running some marketing work, like you need to make some campaigns, you need to invest in advertisement, right? And maybe you'll be doing some promotions as well, which you can announce them in your campaigns. So this part is the marketing part. Okay, the marketing is about this, finding a market to sell it, to promote it, to make it well known. And let's move on to sales. The sales is also difficult and very, how can I say it? It is human performance sales. You can, I'm sure you had experiences. There are some good salesperson. Even if you don't want to buy something, they might encourage you to buy it. So stay away from them. But you know, sales is the critical part, which you turn these leads in marketing. Marketing creates leads, and this leads are converted in the sales process. We are turning them into customers, right? So we sell them this ice cream. And the last part, service part. So you might say, what kind of service can I provide with the ice cream? Yeah, you may make a home delivery for the ice cream. Let's say you're selling them, or you're selling them to a retail store, a chain of retail stores, let's say. You need to send these ice creams to that retail stores. So that's where the service comes into question. Service also keeps and tries to maintains the customer relationships as well. They are keeping the previous records as well, because service is the place where you get feedback about all process. Yeah, yes. Cream trucks as well. So do we get a glimpse of what marketing, sales, and service does? And they are, like, in a way, just working combinedly together. They shouldn't be functioning separately. They always had relationships with each other. So let's also, while you are asked about what a CRM is, it is best to answer the CRM definition, but later on, maybe if you could provide some extra benefits of the CRM, that will be the best answer you can give. You can say it provides improved informational organization, and CRM makes it possible for any employee to provide the same high level of service by having access to the same customer data, which means there is a standardization. Also, CRM improves your customer service. It increases your sales, which, if I would be a manager, I will be stuck on that one. That means everything for you. It increases sales. And also, it provides an efficiency for the multiple teams, because managing multiple teams is a hard task as well. Also, if you're comparing it as a benefit cost from the benefit cost effectiveness, it looks inexpensive. It provides more accurate data about sales forecasting. Sales forecasting is also important. If you make the wrong forecasts, you can have the goods waiting in your storage to be sold. And if you do the correct forecasting, you will be maybe the first company to sell a new product. So that is also a critical point. And detailed analytics and automated sales reports, which if I will be a manager, I will definitely be liking that, because managers always take their decisions upon the reports. Like if you say they cannot ask their vice manager, what should we do? Everything in management level are decided through the reports. So they'll be checking the reports, assessing the reports, and they'll be getting a conclusion out of that, and they'll be taking the next steps. And also the centralized database of information. We have all the information stored in our database. Okay, John Dan asks a question. I just wondering, are there any problems with keeping the personal information of customers? Is the developer or the company responsible? So, no, there are not problems. From the problems, I cannot get your question from that point. Means everything on the internet, nobody can say it's 100% secure, because again, we're using maybe the high-end technology to protect them. We are using the best hardware, best firewalls, best network intrusion detection systems. It doesn't matter. There can be anytime a leak in the system. So in the very near past, yeah, we heard about the issues with a big social media company, right? I won't be naming it, but we heard that the information is being shared without the consent of the owner. So that might happen. And from the second point in your question, is the developer or the company responsible? Developer just provides the software, and he does not guarantee that this will run, this will be keeping the personal data secure at all times. Maybe there should be other things to make that storage secure. And these are the places, if you're keeping them, if you're keeping the data, yes, you are responsible for the security. For the developer, you shouldn't be worried about that one, because as you might say, let's see, I bought a luxury car and I'm a reckless person. And let's say, who asks the question? John Dan. Yeah, she's a very tidy person, and we bought the same car, but I'm a reckless person. I'm just going to the worst place in town. I'm just parking it there without locking the door. So it gets stolen. So what do you think who will be responsible? So it's a different way of looking things. So it's a little bit complicated, John, your question. But in my instance, I said the user could be responsible for that one. If you're reckless, let's say, if you're keeping your passwords in a very public place, maybe it's your fault, right? So when the customer accepts terms and conditions about safety of the data, sharing the data with third parties, yes, if there is a terms and conditions, and if it is mentioned there, and most of us does not read them because they are very long, but if it is mentioned there, so it depends. Yeah, it actually depends. Companies like the company I presently work are liable to the laws and protection of data. The company will make sure you behave yourself and comply with the regulations. Yeah, that's another thing. But In this sense, we're talking about the development of a CRM and keeping, let's say, this CRM is, let's say I just design the software and just I sell it to a customer, or maybe like more than 3 customers, and they are keeping them in their environment. One of them is, and in my contract, if I mention that, it should be kept in this way, and they are not relying on what is written there. Maybe they are the ones. So this is actually a little bit complicated. So this is currently out of our topic right now. So ethical issues, you can say yes. But this is not the topic we should be focusing on as an administrator, as a developer. You know, when you're working in a position, there are some know-hows that you should be keeping, and there are some procedures that you should be doing. If you're going out of them, you're the one who's responsible. Okay. So yesterday you had a session. What is Salesforce for you? What do you understand from Salesforce? And how you think it is in the market right now? What do you think about its position? Yes, Korkut. Indeed, it is the absolute market leader right now. And USA says we help companies interact with their customers and keep their data over the needed service for most companies. Yeah, we can say. So let's start. It is founded by Mark Benioff, the gentleman here, on 1999. And Mark Benioff is an entrepreneur. Actually, if you look at his background, you'll be surprised. But if you are successful, if you look at it as a successful businessman and entrepreneur, yeah, he has the path going there. He actually in high school, I think, was developing games in the 8-bit machines. He started his career like that, like he was 15 or something. Later on, he joined Oracle, and he spent like 13 years of spell there. He had 13 years old. And in 1999, he founded the Salesforce. And Salesforce is the #1 CRM platform designed to help businesses or business owners sell, service, market, analyze, and connect with their customers. Salesforce brings companies and customers together, which is a good word to add when you're asked about Salesforce. Salesforce unites companies, marketing, sales, commercial, service, and IT teams from anywhere with one integrated CRM platform that powers companies' entire suite of connected apps, which means, let's say you're a huge company, you're operating in different continents. Let's say you're active in North America and you're also working in South America, Europe, or let's say Africa or Asia as well. All users, all of your users say in the same platform. So you don't have to make separate notifications. You don't have to make separate announcements because you're on the same platform, which is a perfect thing, which is the perfect and the most practical thing to do. Otherwise, let's assume that if non-existence of a CRM will lead, like there should be too many emails exchanged about the changes, or let's say about the procedures. But if you're connected in one platform, everything is easy and you can access everyone, and depending on your design, depending on your organizational structure. And that's a perfect thing as well. And this graph is by the end of, no, from October 2020, yeah. This is the market share of different CRMs here. Still is the market leader right now. And as you can see, it has an accelerated growth here. And here are some Salesforce stats as well. These are by the these are as of 2021, and I think they are all provided by this company, International Data, I guess. And there are like 1,939 Salesforce partners in the world as of 2021. And the highest Salesforce certification is the certified administrator. At that time, it was like 97,000. As you can see, the numbers are very, they are good numbers. There are 79 and 221 Salesforce completed projects worldwide, which is a huge number. And you can also search and look for the updated stats as well. This is what I can find from a source. Okay, the Salesforce product. As we discussed in the CRM section, we have the Marketing Cloud, the Sales Cloud, and the Service Cloud. So in our admin sessions, we will be doing the Sales Cloud. And in that sense, also, it's worth to mention that we will be having questions in the certification exam from both of these clouds. And we will be seeing the questions, we will be solving them. We will be sometimes referring to their objects as well, but mostly we will be using the Sales Cloud. And the platform itself, Slack, Trailhead are examples of Salesforce products. So we have gone through that, right? What is marketing, what is sales, and what is service? Let's say I'm going to make a huge promotion campaign. Which department should I call? Yes, marketing, Ibrahim, correct. And let's say I'm going to sell a product, but I sold that product before back in the day, and I want to get some insights how that went. Which department could store this type of information? Yes, Yusa, correct. Service keeps that. So I'm not asking about sales, it's very obvious. So marketing, you can say, runs campaigns and advertisements. They generate leads and they form a database of the potential customer. So sales they assign the leads, they qualify the leads, they convert the leads into customers. So they become accounts. And they also continue tracking opportunities for the sale. And for the service, they provide service, manage cases. And this was my question. They develop a knowledge base. Also in Marketing Cloud, customer engagement in real time, email and marketing automation. Also, as you might know, social media runs everything right now. It rules everything. So if you ignore it, you'll be missing a lot. If you're a big company, listening in and advertising, mobile messaging and push notifications as well to announce the product, the company, or the services they are providing. So in the Sales Cloud, everything you need to sell faster and smarter. You do every activity to sell faster and smarter. And also sales process automation, sales design and management, contact lead and opportunity management, sales reporting, and most importantly, again, it's the forecasting to see the future. Forecasting is very important, my friends. The companies, when they do it unprofessionally, we don't remember them in the future. In 10 years, they are disappearing. There are lots of examples for that one. Also, if you are old enough like me, maybe you'll know the first browsers, and you know the case with the Netscape, and wrong decisions, wrong forecasting also leads you to disaster. If you're a big company, you should always be sailing good. Forecasting is like you're the captain of the Titanic and you're not using a binocular. If you're not using a binocular, you'll most probably, or you don't have a watchman to always watch for the icebergs. If you do not have it, you'll most probably will crash. So Marketing Cloud versus Sales Cloud. Marketing Cloud is the platform for delivering relevant, personalized journeys across channels and devices, enabling marketers to deliver the right message at the right time throughout all phases of the relationship. Marketing Cloud includes integrated solutions for customer journey management, email, mobile, social, web personalization, advertising, content creation and management, and data analysis. Every imaginable customer interaction and engagement is covered in the Marketing Cloud. On the other hand, on the Sales Cloud refers to the sales model in Salesforce.com. It includes leads, accounts, contacts, contracts, opportunities, products, price books, codes, campaigns, also limits apply, because as we already seen that it's also the main object for the Marketing Cloud, and it is designed to be a start to end setup for the entire sales process. You cannot partially design it and apply it. You should be designing it from start to end so you can see the whole picture. You use this to help generate revenue. So Sales Cloud editions, I don't know if these are I'm not sure actually, I can say, but Mr. Sadık also provided a link for this one. All the editions have different pricings. So let's see, in this case, for the essentials, it's a monthly charge. In professional edition, it's a little bit higher. So double the time of professional, and here is the unlimited version. I'll be explaining these editions in the slide as well. And also it's worth to mention, it's the pricing by number of users. So here are the editions and the explanations. The essentials is for maybe for the small businesses, small startups. It's designed for small businesses that want to get started with a CRM system quickly. It includes intuitive walkthroughs and a setup assistant to get started, an easy to use user interface. You'll be seeing that again. That means user interface and administration tools to customize your deployment as you grow. And the second edition is a professional. It's designed for businesses requiring full-featured CRM functionality. It includes straightforward and easy-to-use customization, integration, and administration tools to facilitate any small to mid-sized deployment. And here is that enterprise version edition, and it meets the needs of a large and complex business. So it gives you advanced customization and administration tools in addition to all functionality available in professional edition that can support large-scale deployments. Enterprise edition also includes access to Salesforce APIs, so you can easily integrate with back office systems. And we have that unlimited version. Unlimited version maximizes your success and extends it across the entire enterprise through the Lightning platform. It gives you new levels of platform flexibility for managing and sharing all your information and on demand. Includes the enterprise edition functionality plus the premier support, full mobile access, unlimited custom apps, and increased storage limits and other features. And meanwhile, we discussed about the limits. These editions also have limits. That's why it's mentioning here, it says increased storage limits. And here is a developer edition, which provides access to Lightning platform APIs. It lets developers extend Salesforce, integrate with other applications, and develop new tools and applications. Developer edition also provides access to many of the features available in the enterprise edition. So we will be using the developer edition in our bootcamp. Okay. As any software, any commonly used software, Salesforce also having updates, but these are scheduled updates. It's not like the operating system updates we received any time of the day. If you have used Windows, and in the previous versions, much more, you will be facing that at the end of your workday when you're trying to shut it down. You'll be seeing that Windows need to update. As it is an operating system, and if it is a critical update, it should be done like that. But in Salesforce, also there are updates, these major updates, and these are called the spring update, summer update, and the winter update. So in each of these periods, when we receive the updates, it's if we are working as a administrator, Salesforce administrator, we should be following these updates because they might change the very important functionalities of the system. They might bring us some much more practical solutions. So these updates are the things that we should be following as a Salesforce administrator, or be it as a developer. We should always be following those updates. And let's also compare the Sales Cloud with the Service Cloud. So we talked about this, and let's say Service Cloud, it refers to the service as a customer service module. In Salesforce.com, it includes accounts, contacts, cases, solutions. It also encompasses features such as the public knowledge base, web to case, call center, and self-service portal, as well as the customer service automation. The examples are like, we will be seeing those escalation rules, assignment rules. It is designed to allow you to support past, current, and future clients' requests for assistance with a product, service, billing, etc. So how about we talk about, or do you have any questions up to this point? Because we covered a lot of things up to here. I'll be happy to answer. Because we have 3 minutes for our break, and it's been like it's more than 70 minutes. So if you have any questions up to this point, I can happily to answer. Or if you're wondering about anything about Salesforce. So no questions, good. As a developer, are we going to interact with the businesses? You saw the question is not that clear for the businesses. What do you mean? You mean the management? Yes, exactly. We will be interacting with them. Yes. And or depends on what position that you're working in a developing team. So let's say you're the head of the developer team. Yes, you should be interacting with the businesses because you'll be getting the requirements, right? In order to develop it or to tailor the Salesforce features to their needs. Which team will you work with? Will our own decision affect the company in forecasts? Okay, Jana, also this question is not so clear. What do you mean from the team? Which team will you work with? And will our own decision affect the company in forecasts? Actually, our decisions will not be affecting the forecasts. The forecasts will be produced by the system. If we configure it well, and if we design it well, the forecast will be provided to the management team by the system. So we won't be making any forecasts on behalf of the companies. We'll be just, I'm talking about as a developer, you will be just doing your job as a developer there. And your job description does not include something like making forecasts. Okay, just you can write down your questions. I'll be happily to answering them when we get back. Let's give a 10 minutes break. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, you can still write down your questions and we'll look at them when we get back. Hi, everyone. I'll be waiting another minute. Hi to everyone. Okay, let's continue. So this is about the admin and the development part. Let's see what an admin does. As the Salesforce administrator or the admin is a Salesforce user with the system administration duties and other superpowers. And admins are responsible for setting up Salesforce for their organizations and making sure it runs smoothly. And admins have, as mentioned here, have special permissions as they are going to be tailoring the system. They need to have the utmost, the highest level of permissions. I just forgot to answer your questions during the break. Only user asked a question. He says, let's say there's a company like Uber and they want to use Salesforce. Will we developers come into play while they're developing their apps? So from developing their apps, if you're meaning, if it is related to Salesforce, we are involved in everything, yes. But for their third-party apps and other things, I'm not we are involved. We won't be involved unless there will be an integration. Yes, we will. But other than that, out of the Salesforce focus, we don't have any thing to come into play. Okay. Okay, you're welcome. And the development part is mainly programming via the developer console. We will be using the developer console in our Apex sessions. And let's see their qualifications. And this part is the admin part, and this is the developer part. The both parties, they should have the knowledge of Salesforce platform. If I can read it right from the bar, maybe the developer should have at least a little more of the Salesforce platform. And admin should know about the business process, while in this case, developer has no issues with or have no relation with that business process. This concerns the admin only. And the data management also is admin's responsibilities, the process automation here, the formulas and validations, and the system configuration. On the other hand, the developer needs to have the Lightning Web Components and JavaScript, application lifecycle management, object-oriented programming, which is obvious, the Apex, the system integration, and this SOQLs, the structured query languages of the Salesforce, SOQL and SOSL, and the web services. These are his area of expertise, and these are the areas of expertise for the Salesforce admin. As well as, let's see the roles and responsibilities of admin and the developer. This is like the basic or the template form of that one, because when you're graduated or before graduated, if you're looking for the job descriptions that you're going to apply, you might see some more responsibilities, or maybe some of those would not be mentioned, but these are the core responsibilities for both of them. So for the admin, complete knowledge of the Salesforce features, which also developer needs to have that one. Creating reports and dashboards, creating workflows, validation rules, process builders and flows, creating page layouts and working with security model, working with Lightning pages and assignments, working with users and user group, should have a knowledge of the app exchange as well, should be able to see, should be able to use the data loader, which is a tool for importing and exporting. We will be seeing all of them. Should be able to use change sets as deployment tool. On the other hand, the developer should have the responsibilities of creating Apex classes, it's obvious, and the Apex triggers, the test classes, creating Lightning components, creating Lightning Web Components, working with APIs, should be able to use various deployment tools. Is there any question about the job descriptions, or any question about the Salesforce admin and the developer? APS, there is no APS, there should be API. In simple sentence, what is the difference? Yes, API. Application interface, it is the application interface. And the difference you're asking, Yusa, is, as you can see here, developer focuses on admin, or developer is responsible for making the developments through Apex, and all the other developing responsibilities are assigned to developer. On the other hand, admin also manages and how can I say, keep the system running smoothly, and he is also responsible for taking care of the maintenance as well. So in some terms, they have some similar responsibilities, but in reality, they actually do different things. Developer just develops, and as you can see here, he is creating Apex classes, triggers, and test classes. On the other hand, the admin's responsibility is generally based on the platform itself. So, sorry, the software also as well. But in this case, the developer is an admin, and developer can work together, because in some cases, as you can see from here, admin knows about the business process, but the developer doesn't have to know about that one. So when it comes to integration with the third parties, developer is in charge. But let's come here and see these are the functions that we use throughout the developer edition, and these are formulas and validations which are created by admin. And also, maybe it won't be wrong to say that this part is much more of a technical part, and this part also requires technical knowledge, but not that sense. But on the admin side, he should know about the functionality of the system, because he is responsible for the running live environment. So also in here, maybe it's worth to mention that Salesforce is aiming to create a code-free, or let's say not code-free, but it encourages and it's targeting to work on less code. So most of the requirements from the users maybe can be handled by the admin, but in some cases, the requirements will tell us that a developer should be involved to make those functionalities added to the current system. At the end, we need to be familiar with the both, right? Yes, Ibrahim, in this boot camp, you should be familiar with both. But later on, as also we will be seeing that here, there's a career path in Salesforce. So it depends on which certifications you're getting. I can give you an example. Let's say you want to get a specific certification, but that certification will require you to have some certifications as a prerequisite. Like if you're going to get the developer 2 certificate, you need to have the first one as well. So later on, yes, there will be you will opt to work in one field, but in the bootcamp we will be concentrating on both. Yes, rather than choosing to be an admin or developer, ideally we try to know both. Yes, that's the approach. Yes, that's the good approach, Korkut. We need to learn everything in this bootcamp. In which position will we need to be in contact with people the most? English fluency. Good. That's a good question. Very good question, Candan. That depends on which country you're working, but I can say, let's say about the speaking fluency, for both positions, you don't have to be that fluent. It is not a requirement, because as an admin or as a developer, everything or every requirement will be given to you or will be pushed to you through an electronical system, or just, let's say, maybe in paper. So they will be written. You won't be attending the meetings. Or let's say if you're going to attend the meetings with the user, maybe the admin should have a little bit more fluency. But if you're saying about, or if your question is about the vocabulary or the general knowledge of English, I think both should have a good command of English. Why? This is not only for their work only. It also affects how they develop themselves. As you might know, the sources in the internet are generally in English, so you cannot find them in another language so easily. Let's talk about Salesforce. For the Salesforce, if you search for resources in Turkish, where you'll be having a very limited links to get your answer. So, but on the other hand, if you search it in English, you'll be having plenty of resources. So in the knowledge base, they both should have a good understanding of English. But when it comes to fluency, they are not going to make a demonstration of something, or they are not going to be actually, admin could have conduct some trainings. So as I said, admin maybe should have a little bit more fluency in English. Maybe it is required. Let's say if he works in a country or in a company where the English is used as the first language. If you learn coding, don't worry too much English. I agree with Korkut as well. If you know the system, the rest will be easy. And the English fluency, you can only get it when you work in a company, or when you are in an environment where you need to speak it. Otherwise, you won't be able to improve it. And as I said, the developer maybe doesn't have to be so fluent, but on the admin side, maybe if he's going to be conducting trainings, maybe he should be needing a little bit fluency in English. Other than that, as I said, everything will be in documents, like the user requirements and other things. He'll be receiving emails. If you can understand what you read from an email, that will be enough. Any other questions about here? Or if you're anything you're wondering to know? Yes, interviewing and the mock interviews will improve your fluency. And the interviews, if you can understand what the interviewer is asking you, and if you can provide an answer which he or she can understand, that will be it. You don't have to worry about that one. So, and then also when we're talking about the sense of fluency, you don't have to speak like a local. Maybe it's the best thing is to focus on what you're saying and what you're hearing. That's the case. Which one has a higher hiring rate? I can say the developer. I think I have a slide about that one as well. As I recall, yes, I think I prepared a slide for that one. So let's move. Okay, good. In terms of open positions, Ivan, generally, from my view, this is not a certain, but as I can see, the developer job posts are, I think, a little bit higher than the admin. But also, I can say it depends on the season or it depends on the company. Some companies might hire one developer, 3 admins. It depends on how they work. So these are the Salesforce average salaries, my friends. Salesforce administrator, it's 91K. These are in dollars, American dollars, I guess, and these are annual salaries. The Salesforce developer, quite higher than the admin. And here we have the consultant a little higher than the Salesforce developer and the Salesforce architect. These are, it's worth to mention, these are average salaries. So you might come across a people who is working maybe for 150K as a Salesforce administrator, but maybe he will be having like 10 or 12 years of experience. That's why he has that salary. So still, these are the average salaries. Yes, Yusa. The architects are building and updating the Salesforce. Yeah. So the environment types, we have the developer environment. Developer environment provides access to the Lightning platform and application programming interface. Fatih, this is the API. We'll be hearing it in the Salesforce itself, also in the sessions. It lets developers extend Salesforce, integrate with other applications, and develop new tools and applications. And there is that sandbox scratch test environment. Sandbox environments is developing a Force.com application specifically for your production environment. So let's talk about the sandbox. Sandbox, maybe you are familiar with the word because it's very common right now. It's sometimes used in games. It's also very widely used in software terminology. Sandbox is actually an environment which copies your live environment with its data, but it's running somewhere else. So you don't have to worry about making changes. That's the basic explanation I can give. In sandboxes, you can test everything, but let's say you're working in a huge company, and in the live environment, you're supposed to make a change in the settings, in the, let's say, security settings. And as I said before, we are humans, and you made a wrong setting, or you accidentally click on a different checkbox. So it will be a disaster, right? So as you're in the live environment, your changes will affect everything. Maybe the sales, the completed sales will not be directed to service. Let's say the services will be delivering the goods to the customer, but with your fault, this connection has been lost. That's why, in order to avoid those kind of things, every change in a software first are tried in a sandbox. So they are passing through different kind of tests, different type of tests, and when they succeeded all tests, then they are being deployed. And even before deploying, there are some other tests as well. They are tested on the server as well. So this is an environment which you can use confidently to make your changes, because it will not affect anything. What else should we do apart from this course to become an architect? Furkan, to become an architect, there are some first certifications you should be getting. Apart from this course, you can actually, this course will give you everything you need to reach the architect level. But you know, there is not an end. You can always improve yourself making researches. So all I can recommend you is you can make your researches, you can work on yourself. As you might know, there are some self-taught people who are very comfortable with learning everything by themselves. If you're that type of people, you can learn new things. But my recommendation, or I will suggest you, or I urge you to concentrate full on this bootcamp period, because after this period, yeah, you can return back and rewatch the videos that we had in the sessions, but learning in the live sessions is much more important. And I also suggest you to focus on this period. But after this period, when you are graduated and when you have your certificates, let's say, if you're a self-taught person, you can go and learn new languages, or you can learn. There is not an end in the software. There is not an end of what you can learn. It's a huge ocean. So all I can say is this: to become an architect, you need to, as I said, have some prerequisite certifications completed. So in the production environment, your live Salesforce instance that your real live data is in and your users use for your businesses. Let's say this is the environment. Let's say a company is using a Salesforce, and that environment is the production environment. This is the running version. Every data in here is live data. And here we have this playground environment. We are going to reach it through Trailhead Playground. I'll be showing you that one. We have also a slide for the Trailhead. We'll be talking about Trailhead. Is a free Salesforce practice org. And all I can say is Trailhead Playground is the best place to exercise. Also, I'll be giving you some homeworks. The homeworks will be challenges in the Trailhead, and you'll be completing them. This is the best place to make a practice. And also it is used by Salesforce learners to gain hands-on experience. There will be some like articles about a subject. Let's say when we learn about the data types, there will be some challenges with the data types. Some of them will be quizzes, some of them will be hands-on experiences. Hands-on experience means you will be opening a new playground. Playground is the org. It will be your like sandbox org. You'll be doing everything in there, and the Trailhead will check whether you do it right or wrong. We'll be coming to that later on, so I'm not going to go deep with this one. And the only difference from developer org is that it contains sample data. So it runs as developer environment, has all the functionality, but it has the same sample data. So as I explained it right now, the developer org will be used in Apex and admin lectures, and the playground will be used in project sessions. And currently, we should be familiar with this one. UI is user interface. You'll be seeing it a lot. And Salesforce currently default is opening in Lightning, but there is an old version also of user interface, and it's called the classic interface. Let me see if I can show it to you. Now, my friends, this is the Lightning interface. And When we click on here, switch to Salesforce Classic. Yeah, this is the previous user interface. It is somehow used, or not, let's not say somehow, because they get used to working on this interface, and still there might be some companies using that interface. From the bot, you can access all the functionalities except some one or two minor menus or tables. Yes, we'll be talking about them. So this is the classic interface. As you can see, it's the classic. It's not too old, but when you compare it with this one, what do you think? Which one looks better? Out of the looks, also the functionality, or the okay, Yusan says the new one. Actually, yes. So in our lessons, we'll be using this Lightning. And when you log on to your account, it will be the default one. So at this point, I should ask, did everyone created an account in Salesforce? Good. Or let me revert the question so it will be much more easier. Who didn't? Because yesterday there was a document about how you can log in. There's a walkthrough document yesterday issued. So I think everyone can access their Salesforce developer edition. Okay. And carry in Salesforce, we talked about this one. There are plenty of certifications. The first ones we're going to aim after this bootcamp will be the Salesforce administrator and developer certificates. These are the entrance to our Salesforce certification. Also, I copied this from a useful page. This shows the Salesforce certification paths, which I mentioned earlier. I think someone asked about the architect, right? Yeah. So this explains every possible route to get a certificate. So suppose you get the certified administrator, then you can move on to getting Sales Cloud consultant, because I think it's the prerequisite to enter this certification exam. You can make it an advanced admin certification. And let's see, how about the developer? This is the platform developer one, and there are platform developer 2 certificates. Also, this leads to somewhere else. Let's see. Application architect, back-to-back solution architect. You can reach this, or if you just search to Google with Salesforce career path, you'll most probably will see this. I'll be sharing also the documents after the session. You can check from there. Okay, we talked about Trailhead, right? So Trailhead are first place to exercise, to first place to learn, or let's say make the repetition of our Salesforce knowledge. this is the best place. It's a playground environment which helps you to get hands-on and learn the Salesforce digital and soft skills you need to succeed from anywhere for free. Prove your skills and earn globally recognized credentials that demonstrate your expertise to current and future employers. So what does this mean, globally recognized credentials? My friends, generally, when you apply for a job, let's say through LinkedIn, or not through the LinkedIn, but let's say you just gave a hard copy of a resume. And if you're applying for a Salesforce job, they might say, let's check the Trailhead account, how many badges this candidate have. So there are these badges, and there are the super badges, which is like these badges can be retrieved by just completing a challenge or maybe completing a set of 3 challenges. But these super badges are gained by completing a set of, let's say, the badge related questions, like all the challenges, let's say, underneath these badge, or these like 4 or 5 badges are gathered here. So they create one challenge which requires you to maybe give like 6 or 7 hours of your time to finish. So these super badges are a little bit high level challenges which you should be doing on a hands-on org, which means to complete those, you need to use your Salesforce account and do as the required things. Well, I'll be showing them, or I'll be explaining them through the Trailhead, which will be easier. So when you complete these badges, there are some points that you gain, and accumulating points leads you to increase your rank. So let's see here. Scout is for free. When you just sign into Trailhead, you start your life as a scout. So let's say you get your first badge and gain 200 points, you'll be a hiker. Then 5 badges and 3,000 points will lead you to become an explorer. 10 badges, 9,000 will be an adventurer. We have mountaineer, expeditioner, and the final stage is the ranger. So we're hoping, and not hoping, we are asking you to become a ranger at the end of this boot camp. So as I said, this is really an important step also. This could be an important step in your application. They might go and see and check your rank in the Trailhead. So it affects your application. It also shows your expertise in the Salesforce. Let's go to Trailhead. So you should be knowing that you can access Trailheads with your Salesforce account. I think you should have received an email also from Trailhead when you first signed up with Salesforce. So this is the today page. Let's say trails. These are the trails that you can complete. As you can see, there are some points mentioned here. Let's click on and see. We have like 3 challenges, 2 of them giving us 200 points and 1 300 points. At the end of the day, we are having 700 points. And once you finished each of them, you'll be getting this and this icons as a badge. As I said, these could be very easy questions, like unless you read the challenge, they won't be easy. But let's go dive into that subject. Discover the mobile application landscape. So in here we have an explanation, and we are being told about the subject. The subject is discover the mobile application landscape. And then later on, what else? Yes, we have a quiz at the end of this. So in order to get the 100 points, we need to answer these questions correctly. And let's say you answered both of them and one is wrong, then for the next try, it will be 50 points. I think the next, again, you make a mistake, it will be like 25 points or something. But at the first time, if you gave the if you gave the correct answers, you'll be getting this 100 points. And this is the one type. Are they looking for a hands-on challenge? Let's say record triggered flows. This is definitely a hands-on challenge because it says build a record triggered flow. So again, I've been giving the summary and the business requirements and plan and explain your flow. And then there are the explanations on how to do it, how to define the trigger. And later on, at the end of it, here is our scenario. It says create a record triggered flow and gives you all the information you need to create it. It says you need to create it on this opportunity and it should run at this stage. So I will not be making it a little bit confusing. So once we read all of these, we'll be clicking on the launch. When we said launch, as you can remember, I told you about some playground environment. We will be directed to a playground environment, so I can do these challenges there. I don't think I have one. Yes, I have the default one, so it just sends me there. Okay, I can choose it from here. I have different orgs here, so you can create different orgs from the trailhead. I will show you them. Anyhow, let's not make it complex. Let's say I do these steps and everything went right and everything is okay. I'll be clicking on this one. Let's click on this one. I haven't done anything about this one, so I'll be getting an error. But let's say if I had finished everything here, I'll be getting that 500 points. Yusa, you should have received an email when you first signed up to Salesforce. Or just try to log in using your Salesforce username and password. Try it that way. Candan, you can choose anything from there. I think there are 4 options. You cannot go, or you cannot check in. So can you check in your Salesforce account? Okay. What I'll suggest you, just when you're logging into your Salesforce account, you can save your password, and later on, when you go to Trailhead, currently I'm logged in, so okay, from here, just click on login. And there should be an option here. It should be brought to you, login with Salesforce. When you click on, it will be leading you to Salesforce login page. Once you save your username and password, it will be automatically fetched here. So all you need to do is click on login. Just give it a try. Otherwise, we'll do it in some other time. Okay. You connected, right? It's trying. Okay. Okay, no problem. So this is actually acting as your expertise page that's showing your expertise in Salesforce. Some companies, I said, not all, I'm not saying all of them, but some companies are obsessed with checking your trailhead as well. When you apply for them, they go back and check. They will be going to your page, and they'll be maybe checking in detail. So what skills you have, what badges you get, and what super badges you have. Super badges are really important, and they really will take your time. They are not easy to complete. You need to dedicate your time. And later on, as I said, this will act as your page, which is showing your expertise in Salesforce. So once you are connected here, you can start, but don't start it right now, because we'll be starting to learn the basic fundamentals. We'll be learning about the data types. This week we will be starting and completing them, and today we'll be starting with the data types as well. So once we finished 1 or 2 subjects, it's better for you to come here and to complete the trails. So out of that, maybe I can, not maybe, I'll definitely be giving you some homeworks through Trailhead. So I'll be saying that complete this challenge. If you are having problems or issues with solving them, we'll discuss about them. or maybe you can interact with your friends. The friendship in the batch is very important. Always try to help one and each other. You can, we're open to that. If you can say, I can explain this subject once we finish this in the sessions. Let's say we have still the subject is not understood by all. You can volunteer to be the one teaching it with a Salesforce, with a YouTube video that you can take. We're open to that. So helping each other is another tradition in these kind of boot camps. Try to help each other. Try to know each other, because at the end of this batch, you will be the alumni of this batch. So, okay. If you don't have any further questions, we will move on. I can happily answer your Trailhead questions as well. It would be great if you can recommend particular Trailhead task relevant to what we are. Yes, I will be doing that, Korkut. I will be sharing them. I think we don't have the channel right now, but we'll be having a homework channel here. So I'll be sharing the homeworks from there. Also, maybe you'll be having some homeworks from your Apex sessions. Are we going to do them as homeworks? You supposed to, and it will be helping you learn. When I pointing and homework, it will be a practice for you. So I won't be asking you the things that you haven't learned yet, but maybe I can do something like that. Let's say we have finished the 80% of the story of the subject, and I think that you will be able to find the solution. Maybe I can say you can do this trailhead. So there will be no checking. I won't be checking who has done his homework or not. It won't be a traditional, but what I can suggest you, if you do your homeworks, even in the very next day of your session, let's say today we have seen something and I posted a homework, it will be better for you to solve it the other day, unless they will accumulate and there will be a lot of homework. So I suggest you do your homeworks. It will help you a lot. Yes, Mr. Suleiman said we are grown-ups. Homework is recommended, never checked. I totally agree on what he says. We are not going to check anything. It's for your own sake, for your own good sake. So I would recommend you doing your homeworks, because homeworks are also the best tools to see whether you have understand everything in that lesson. Sometimes when the lesson finishes, you'll be thinking that, oh, that was an easy one, but later on when you're doing it live or you're doing a hands-on challenge, you get to think that, oh, I should be looking at that one, or what were we doing while here? So with the homeworks, if you have some gaps or leaks in the information, you will be filling them. That's why I urge and recommend you to do your homeworks. Also, you can collaborate while doing your homeworks. Let's say one of you guys just do it very easily, and he says, I am volunteer to share it with that solution with my friends. If it's a long time taking solution, he can make up a video of, or you can have a private session with your own friends. We have done it in our batch as well. We get together sometimes to go over some subjects, like let's say we get together like 12 or 10 people in a Zoom meeting and we discuss the subject, or we just gone through that, or even if there is a student who or if one of our friends has just done it very easily, or if he has the ultimate knowledge of that subject, we let him speak, and that helped us a lot. You can also use this kind of learning. So also here are some references. As I said, your own research is also will be an asset to you. There are a lot of resources that you can get through the internet. Research is another important tool in learning. Okay. Any questions, my friends, up to this point? What do you think we learned today? And also, it's worth to mention, while doing our sessions, we'll be focusing on sometimes, let's say, if that very specific information that I'm giving you is always asked in certifications exams, I will be giving you a heads up saying that, guys, this is important, just note it, because it is asked in the certification questions several times. So while we're having our sessions, you'll be also be getting ready for the certification exams. With the mentoring lessons, you'll be having mentoring lessons. You'll be having interview lessons as well, much more of a mentorship type. Yes, yes, Yusa. I'll be sharing each and every slide after the class. Furkan, which links you're talking about? Are we going to get the links for the assignments here? Yes, there will be another channel. There will be a homework channel, and I'll be sharing the homeworks there. Okay. Then let's give it another 10 minutes break. Have yourselves a coffee or some hot drink, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Hi. Are we back from the break? Thank you. You can click on the text I sent there. So instead of loading the channel, you can click on this one. The text I sent, John, then. I sent the text saying I'm back. You can click on that one. So with the reactions, I can see how many people returned back instead of loading the channel. Okay. Let's continue. Our next subject will be the data models in Salesforce. Now, for this session's agenda, we will be creating a Salesforce account. I think you already have a Salesforce account right now up and running. And we'll talk about the definitions of a Salesforce object, a field, a record, tab, app, and page layout. And also, we'll be creating a custom app, a custom object, a custom tab, and custom field. And we'll be talking a little bit about the object relations. So, okay, we have already talked about the org, right? So it's clear for you all. It's the short for the organization. It's the place where all your data configuration and customization lives. You log in to access it. You might also hear this called your instance of Salesforce. So when we talked about the org, we should at least see how to create a playground org in Trailhead. So you can do it with me if you can log into your Trailhead account. If you don't have it right now, if it's not running right now, if you are having issues with logging into Trailhead, there is a document already shared, so you can check it. But in the meantime, you can follow me from the screen. So in Trailhead, if we're going to create an org, a playground, we are clicking on our icon here. And as you can see, there is one option saying hands-on orgs. We click on that one. So currently I have 4 orgs running in my Trailhead account, 2 are project accounts like this and this. So we're going to create a new playground for ourselves. This connect org is different. Let's say if I'm going to use that org, I'm going to be pressing that launch button. Let's say I'm not using this anymore. I just use it for a trailhead challenge already done, and I'm not needing it anymore. I can say disconnect and I'll lose this org forever. It's not important. These are all like operating as sandboxes. So if we're going to create a new one, we click here. Random name is generated. You can change it for your like. It's the Curious Otter Playground. And you press on create. This process takes a little bit time. But once done, we will be having another playground, or let's say org here. And when we first log into Salesforce, actually we are logging into our developer org. Currently, this is my developer org. So when you first connect to your Salesforce, it's your default org, developer org. And as I said, if you be needing a playground, it is done in the trailhead. Okay. So we are creating org from there for the trailhead. Also, it's called playground. You can keep it in your mind. When I say playground, it's an org. An app. What is an app? App is the short of application. It is a set of fields and objects and permissions and functionalities to support a business process. So let's see one app. So if you browse through any menu in your org, you can always click on setup and you can be directed to this page. And in this page, we have a waffle structure here, as you can see. And okay, good. Kemal, I think he created one. Brave Fox Playground. Good, Kemal. So we can come here, and this structure is also called an app launcher. This is where we're executing and starting our apps. If let's say we have 12 or 13 apps, they'll all be accessed through here. So we click on that one, and we'll be having the 7 of them listed here. If you want to see all of them, we can click all, and we can choose which application we're going to launch. Let's click on sales. Right now, we're using the sales application, okay? And your application name is mentioned here. Okay, let's go to our next item, and it's called the object. My friends, we will be talking about objects all the time. Objects are main elements in learning Salesforce, and they are the fundamental structures of Salesforce. So an object, what does an object means? An object is a database table, acts as a database table that allows us to store data like a tab on the spreadsheet. Okay, what does that mean? It is acting as a database table, and it is actually a database table in Salesforce database. So here we are storing our data. So from the object, what do we mean? Now we're in sales application, right? Here. And on the right, there are some things like opportunities, leads, tasks, files, accounts, contacts, and it goes on up to forecasts. My friends, these are all called objects. And the place that we're seeing them is called the tabs. This might sound a little bit complicated. No, actually, when we click on the tab of opportunities, we are directed to the opportunities. So what was our definition? Is a database table that allows us to store data. So let's go back. Yes, here is our database table. These opportunities have names, right? They have an account name, they have an amount, they have a close date, they also have a stage. Like they have different stages. And so on, the owner of the record is mentioned here. So this is like an Excel table, right? In Excel, we have those as well. We can create a new table saying name, age, occupation, let's say birth date. This is also a table, right? So like in that structure, this is our table. So this object is a table of the opportunities. And there is another item here saying field. So what do you think the fields can be? Or let's go back to our simple Excel sheet. There are some fields. Let's read the explanation. A place where you store a value like a name or address, like a column on the spreadsheet saying a column, right? So here are columns. So these are our fields, right? Good. So anywhere confuses you up to here? Let's say I save this Excel as a document. Let's say I call it accounts. So this resembles to our object. Now I save the object's account actually with its fields here. My Salesforce screen is different from yours. You mean Gülin, is it the classic version? Okay, If you can manage to send a screenshot, I'll have a look at it and tell you what went wrong. Okay, my friends. So we understand the concept of a field as well, right? I'm in the opportunity object. Okay, let's go from here. Let's say, okay, let me use my pen here. We are in sales object. We are in sales application. The object is opportunities, and these are my fields, right? So let's go back, and it says a record. Okay, good insight is. Okay, you can just follow just what I'm going to explain. Just go back to your setup again. I think you executed the wrong application. As you can see, it's the sales console. We're not in sales console. It should be only sales. So you can follow me from the screen. Just go to the gear icon here and choose setup. And then go to the app launcher. And you can see WeWall. And I think you have mistakenly executed this one. We are not in sales console. We are in only sales, right? So if you can click on that one, it will be directed to where we are right now. And let me know if it's solved. You should be clicking this one, not the sales console. Okay. So we were talking about a record, right? Let me ask you the question then. Do we have a record here? No problem, Gülüm. Do we have a record here? No. Fatih says no. Kamile also says no. I'm not sure still. Korkut says not yet. Okay, since we're all in the same page, yes, we don't have a record here. We have our fields defined, but there is no records. So let's say that's field one. I'm an instructor, I guess. And let's say the birth date. Anyhow, right now we have a record, right? So again, let's go from the beginning. Sales is our application, and we're under the opportunities object. And under the opportunities object, I will be going and checking the amount field, which is here. And on the amount field, I should be, this won't be specific. On the opportunity name field, I should be checking for the gene point record. For the gene point record, this whole set is the record of the gene point. So records are the data provided by the users. These are the fields, right? The fields can only be filled by the users. So up to here, the users don't have any access to changing an application name. They don't have any permissions to change an object name or configure it. They cannot change the fields, but in parentheses, I'm saying they can change the way they see the fields, like they can remove it from this view. We will be talking about this in our further coming lessons. But the only thing they can provide here, up to here, they can interact only with the record. So for all these applications, opportunity, and objects, and the field names, who have the access to modify them? Field is actually can be any of those. Nihan. So let's say I leave all of them empty, but just I filled in the account name. That means it's a record as well. It's a record under the account name field, okay? Good, the answer is yes, actually, but let's say it's the admin, because yeah, developer knows the system as well, but this scope is under the system admin's job description, or let's say his expertise is just changing them. Developer will not be involved in changing such metadata. We will be seeing later on what metadata means. So yes, the admins. So everything here is we can create a record as well as the administrators are under our control. And for the users, they can only interact with the records. So what is a metadata? It is the data that provide information about other data. Some examples of basic metadata are order, date created, date modified, and file size. So again, let's finish this. Metadata summarizes basic information about data, making finding and working with particular instances of a data easier. So also we can visualize it like this here. And let's see what a metadata is on Salesforce. Also, we can say the code running behind is also a metadata. And let's assume that we created a record. And like this field here, the opportunity owner, or let's check the object. Or we'll be doing it in the object section. From metadata, do you understand what it means? It's the data describing the other data. Let's say we created one record, but while we're creating that record, let's say we have, let's go from here. I created a record, and let's say I save this on Salesforce. And in Salesforce, when I save this, it will be keeping a field without my knowing. It will be like something like that. Last modified. Last modified by. Or let's say created by. If you're familiar with the how can I say, the folder structures, you'll be understanding this easily. You know, there are some types of things we can search through a folder, right? In the tabs, you will be seeing last created by, last modified by. Sometimes it can say, if it is a document, it will say type. So in the type, you will be seeing maybe PDF or a Word file. And these areas are not the records you're creating. These are prepared or created by the system itself. So these are the metadata. Not the master. Master is something different, John. Master data you can access and change anytime. It tells us something different. It's not master data, it's metadata. It's the data that explains the data itself. So when I created this record in Salesforce, it will be, if the username is me, if let's say John made this change, so it will be saying John here. And let's say this is created by USA. The first time the record was created by USA, it will be having USA's name under the created by. And let's say John accessed this field and changed my occupation from something else to instructor, and John's name will be written here. So these are the metadata which are describing the data itself. Let's go. Okay. Metadata is the data that describes other data. Data that provide information about other data. Salesforce metadata describes the schema, process, presentation, authorization, and general configuration of your Salesforce org. Some examples of basic data are the author. The author is like the one I mentioned here. It's created by, can be the author. And date created, date modified, and file size. Okay, the main purpose of metadata in Salesforce is to move metadata between Salesforce orgs during the development process. So while we're moving them, or sometimes this is called migration, this metadata is very useful. Okay, the apps in Salesforce, we already seen the apps. Let's go back and check again. We should be familiar with this because we will be browsing through apps, browsing through objects. So this is the app launcher, my friends. If you cannot see it there, you need to be first going to that gear icon, and you should be choosing setup. Okay. And then let's click on the app launcher. They are listed here. What you can do also is the order. So maybe you'll be wondering why there's an order like that. We can change it anytime. Just click on the view all. And let's say we're generally using the sales. We can drag sales over here. And let's say the marketing or the service. Let's say we'll be needing marketing in the second place and the service in the third place. Okay, so that's where we can set their order. Also, you can search the apps through here, but sometimes it might be confusing as you write sales in, you'll be having a lot of things. So exactly, you should be knowing you're going for the sales. This is the app launcher, my friends. And an app is a collection of items, as I said. And as we have seen, let's go to sales again. Our collection of items. And the first thing it's mentioning, collection of items, object tabs. So we have object tabs here, right? These are all objects. Opportunity object, leads object, accounts object. And they all work together to serve a particular function. What is that? What could be that function under sales? It could be the sales process, right? And in Lightning Experience and Salesforce mobile app, you can find your available apps in the app launcher, in the app launcher icon here. And in Lightning Experience, to see all your available Salesforce apps and items, click View All. We have already done that. This View All shows us our objects, available objects. Now, also, you can think of objects like containers for your information, but they also give you a special functionality. For example, when you create a custom object, the platform will automatically build things like page layout for the user interface. And Salesforce uses two types of objects. Let's talk about the objects. There are those called standard objects, and there are those called custom objects. And from the name, you will be getting the picture that some of them are provided standardly and some of are created customly by the system admin. So the objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. And here is, let me show you one trick or tip to keep in your mind. The standard objects in sales application or the sales app, are called account, contact, leads, and opportunity. You can just resemble it and keep it in your mind. Contact, opportunity, lead, and account. It's a small hint, or loca. Anyhow, these objects will always be defaultly provided by the Salesforce when we're using the sales app, let's say. But the custom objects are the ones that we are creating. So if we're going to tailor-make some functionalities, we will be needing custom objects. Is it clear up to here? Good. Cool. So as you can see, we have our standard objects listed here. leads, as we have talked about, and dashboards, campaigns, contacts, files, tasks. From those, let's say if we're going to create a custom object, let's say we're creating a new custom object, these 4 should be defaultly provided to us. They are the standard objects. And later on, we will be creating our custom objects as well. Yes, the fields, I think it is very clear. It's not the rows, it's the columns that we're calling fields. And field is where we store real data for the object. Every standard and custom object has standard fields. Let's say identity field, automatically generated for every record. So let's say we're working on this one. And once we finished everything with this record and saved it to database, we will be the identity field here. And it will be generated. It will be automatically generated. Let's say this is a account object. Maybe we will configure it like just call it AC and just make a counter for this one. So this object's ID field, maybe this one. Later on, let's say we created a second. And this ID field will automatically be generated. And this is, my friends, is called a standard field. You cannot opt to say that I don't want this field. This field will be generated by the system. This also serves for the database integrity. These identity fields are used in different processes. In the future, we'll be seeing that. We will be getting an ID for a record because it will be a unique number and it will be used to trigger some function, or it will be used to specific type of information that we'll be needing. And the other ones, system fields. I think we also talked about this one. The created date, last modified by, and last modified by ID, and last modified date. These are the system fields. Also, these are called the standard fields. These are the read-only fields that provide information about the record from the system, like when record was created or when it was last changed. If you can remember our previous scenario, this was created by USA. Later on, John decided to change it. Kamil, it's better not to answer this question because we'll be learning a lot about this. Triggers are important elements in Salesforce. We'll be learning much more about triggers, so let's not dive into that right now. Is ID field related to coding when come from numbers? Or no, it's actually this type of structure exists on databases. So databases have some fields created by the system. These are used for integrity, as I said. These are used to check some, making some checksums and using to maintain the data servers. So these are, this is a this is much more about the database functionality. So it's not about the coding. Each and every database have, while they are keeping the tables over there, they are keeping some standard fields like this one, last modified by the author, the file size, if there's a file over there. So these are the standard fields. Let's say user has entered like 4 different records in 4 different fields. The name field is filled, age field is filled, and when he finishes his work, these are automatically generated by the system. Like think about your computer. When you create a Word document, it's also keeping similar information. Well, let me see if I can show anything. Yeah, I just saved a Word file, and as you can see, it says it's created yesterday at 2:20 and modified at this time. Okay, these are created by the system. I haven't done anything about that one. I just saved a Word file. So same logic applies to Salesforce here. When we say the record, these kind of standard fields are stored in the system. And in the future, you'll be seeing that they come in handy in most circumstances. Okay. So which object I'm currently in right now? Good, you can use that structure. Let's say one of the answers is you're agreeing with the same answer. You can click on that one as in use as situation. Yes, IBAN accounts. We are in accounts, and let's say there are some fields, empty fields. There are some empty fields actually. The account name is all filled for each record, but for some records, some fields are empty. Yes, account side is all empty. And out of that, for pyramid construction and sample account for entitlements, the billing state and province is empty, right? For one of our records, for the sample account, the phone is lacking, the type is lacking, and for the Salesforce record, we are lacking the type again. Okay, good. So there's also that name field. All records need names so you can distinguish between them. You can use text names or auto-numbered names that automatically increment every time you create a record. So we will be seeing this when we're creating an object, and first we'll be creating an object, we'll be adding it to, we will be connecting to a tab, and then later we will be creating the fields. In that section, we will be talking about this. Okay, so I'll return back to that slide so I can remind you that that's what we were talking about. So Also, let me give you an insight. Let's say this is the mentioned record name. So let me make those a little bit gray so we get the feeling that these are the fields generated by the system. These are the fields entered by the user. So let's say when we created this record for MIDI, let's say we said just give it a name. So it will be having a text here. Maybe it will be calling it my name, or this is the first case. You can use text names, or you can use auto-numbered names, which I have mentioned. Like, let's call this accounts or contacts, or let's say birthdays, or let's call it, let's don't leave the Salesforce ground. So let's say this is an account, and while we're creating this field, we will be saying that just create a record name with this type. And in here, the only place we can modify is this part. Later on, there will be an counter here. So each and every object created here, we will be having those record names. So we will be seeing this again. Let's save this, because when we're doing it hands-on, we'll use this again. So, okay. And the system pre-built fields. As I already said, system creates some fields out of our knowledge, and it's supposed to do those. The identity, it's a 15-character case-sensitive field that's automatically generated for every record. You can find the record ID in its URL. So let's say we are in an ID, we are in a record. Let's say I'm in this record. As you can see, let me copy and paste it somewhere else and make it larger. Now, this is our record, right? I clicked on the Express Logistics and Transport. I'm in the sales application. I'm under account object, and I'm clicking on the Express Logistics and Transport record. And here is my URL. I'm copying it. I'm pasting it here. So in here, you will be seeing a structure, right? This structure is what we're talking about. It's a 15 characters, case sensitive one. And account ID looks like this. So this is it, right? So you might wonder, why do we need this? Actually, we will be needing this in the future. Let's say if we're going to send a notification to somebody else about this record, we can only call this record with this number. This is a unique number for that record. So there is no any other records with this type of ID. Okay. I will not go deep with this one again, because we will be seeing all those. So this is called the identity, the ID. And the system, again, we spoke about this one, like the created date, last modified by ID, and last modified by. These are read-only fields that provide information about the record from the system, like when the record gets created or when it was last changed. And the name. I also explained this. In our case, I make it AC, and as you might remember, there was a counter. And from that counter, we can guess that this is the 1024th, maybe, if something's not deleted. So this is the name. Also, there's an important note here. Salesforce adds 3 extra characters so that the 15-character ID structure, which is case sensitive, can be used in case insensitive programs. Okay, this, like, it was 15 characters, but Salesforce adds another 3 characters. So it could be used in case insensitive programs. So what about case insensitivity? Do you have any idea about that one? Let's say I created an account and I said, my name is, I entered my name like that, username, and let's say my password was okay. Let's say this was my username and this was my password. Let's suppose we're working on a case sensitive environment and it's asking me my username and password. Let's say I entered this one and I said GQ. Oh. Do you think I can log in? It won't work. Yes. So this is a example of case sensitivity. But let's say this system is not checking the case sensitivity, then I can go like this. And then it will work, yes. So if you don't have an idea about the case sensitivity, this is what how it works. So most of the systems prefer to use, if it's a username and password, they are using the case sensitivity. So you can have even millions of combinations if you have this. Otherwise, I already reserved the space, right, for this password and for this name. So there are 3 extra characters, so it can be used in case insensitive programs. This character version is also used in application program interfaces. as well. So Salesforce custom object, custom field objects, and with double underscore and C. Here are the standard fields and custom fields. Okay, let's move here and let's meet our object manager because we need to meet him right now. The object manager, you can access it again. Just click on the gear and choose setup, and then you'll be directed here. And we will be choosing the object manager here. Just click on the object manager. As you can see, now we have all our objects listed here. Okay, let's check one of them. Or let's create an object. Should we create an object? No, I think we should save it for the next lesson because we will be creating the tabs and I'll be showing you how to browse through each of them. So let's go and check the account. And here we have the fields and relationships, page layouts. For the fields, if we're going to modify the fields or check the fields, this is the place, fields and relationships. Okay, let me open an account here so we can see both of them. So let's say, now we have 13 accounts right here listed. And let's say I'm going to make a new record here. So also, this is the first time I'm showing you this. If you're going to make a new record on an object, just click here and choose new account. The first way. The second way, well, once you're in the object, here you can see a button saying new. Both will do. So you can either choose to click that button or you can say new account from here. Let's say new account. Okay. Now, what do we call these areas? This account number, the website, fax, the account name, phone. Great. They are fields. Okay. They are fields. So we're in the same place, but this is where I enter my data to create a record. This is where I configure them. So let's say this is the account name, right? And account name is listed here, and it is saying its name, field name is name, and the data type is a name. Okay. So the account number, and this index says it's a standard field. So there's an account number. Let's check whether there's an account number. Here we have an account number, right? And account number is also data type says it's a text with a 40 written inside, right? This 40 means we cannot exceed 40 characters. We will all be going through this again, so don't worry, you don't have to take notes. Just listen here. How many fields do we have? We have 40, and some of them are standard fields, right? For these, I don't have any control while I'm creating the records. for the lookups also. There's an active field. Let me see. Yes, there's an active field. And what does it says? It says it's a pick list. And yes, it's a pick list. I'm picking one option here. So this is the fields and relationships is where we create, modify, and edit our fields. Okay. So in here, you should be noticing that there are some in the field names with an underscore and a C. This C represents custom. Niham, we will be seeing all of them. We have plenty of different data types. We will be seeing all of them. We will be using all of them. And in this section also, we will be browsing through that. So for this session, I don't want to make a hands-on look, but some things needs to be shown in the system. So don't worry, we will be going through those. We will be creating a new application. We will be creating a new object. We will be adding some fields to that object. Even we will be making some relationships in between objects. We will all be doing that. This is only an introduction of the user interface. So in order to show you that it says the custom field object API ends with a C. Okay, the double underscore and C, and that C is representing this custom. It's a custom field. For the standard fields, we don't have anything. Let's find one. As you can see, the fax is a standard one, so it doesn't have a double underscore and a C. Okay, let's do this, and let me show while we're here. Let's say I'm going to create a field here. I'm not satisfied with the list of fields, or maybe in my requirements, I need to be creating one field. Let's call it something. And this is where I choose the data type of the. Now, currently, I'm answering your question, Nihan. As you can see, the data types here. Let's make it a text. We have phone, percent, email, date. We will be looking at this is lookup relationships. Let's say we're creating a text field. Let's call it something. Don't stuck up on here. It's not important. I'm just going to show you the field name, the underscore. Let's call this field something. Let's say urgency or something, or let's say explanation. Okay, I'm still in the same page where I configure my fields. So I created one field, right? And I called it explanation. I need to add it. Sorry. Okay. So I added a new one, right? I just misspelled it. Oh, no problem. I created a new one. And it's called explanation. And as you can see in the explanation also, we have that one. So it's a customized field, right? I customly created that field. Hussein, for that channel, you might get help from the tech support. Or there are some replies. Let me check the replies. Yes, you need to go to the Turkish. Okay, just you can request help from the technical support. Okay, so for the fields, we understood that if it's a custom field, it ends with this double underscore and a C. So field data types, and this is where Nihan asked. Yes, here are data types used in Salesforce. Let me go quickly over them. You know what a checkbox is, right? Or let's find one to show you. Let me see if there are any checkboxes. Let's browse through the app. Okay, here we have one. As you can see here, I hope you all can see my screen or tell me if it is small. Okay, let's zoom in. Here is what we call a checkbox. Okay, the checkbox is here. This private button is a checkbox. It's currently default. It's not clicked. So if we click on that one, we're admitting that this opportunity is a private one. So maybe there will be another process be applied for this one. So this is the checkbox. And we have currency, as you might imagine, or I think all you are familiar with. E-commerce, you're buying things from internet. So as you can see, sometimes there are some areas which you write a number, but it is shown as a currency. This is where we are talking about. And there is also date. You should also be familiar with this one while you're logging into, or where you're first creating a record. It will be asking your birth date, and think of the field that you're using. You should be choosing the day, the month, and the year. This is called the date, and the date time. Also, the time is also stored in this information. And emails, if configured right, is a different format. It should have at least an @ right? And the geolocation. Have you heard about the geolocation? No. It's actually what you're using or what you send to your friends. Sometimes you're asking them their locations, right? And you might be seeing some coordinates. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. As you can see here, there are some degrees, there are some minutes and seconds. This type of information provides us. It's actually encrypted in the location, Nihan. It's encrypted in the location. So they are, if you send this location to somebody, there will be only one reference for this geolocation. So these are called geolocations. And in some cases, we could be using them for shipments. It's, as you know, very important. Let's say we have, let's say our service team delivers our goods or products or services to specific addresses. So while we're first getting the contacts, or let's say from the lead, if we convert them, maybe we can have their geolocations as well. Let's say they, instead of providing their address, plus they can provide their geolocation, and that geolocation can be used by our service team to provide the goods or the services. Yes, exactly. Truck companies rely on geolocations. Also, it's popular in, it is widely used in naval shipping, the shipping companies as well. Geolocation is currently, as an individual, we are using them as well. So sometimes you cannot meet up with your friends and just you're sending them your location. And the click of a button, they can easily see where they are and where you are. Okay, so there is that data type as number. Let's go and see. Like this field, it's supposed to be number. Let me see if we could give. It's not letting me type in here, but when it comes to numeric values, yes, this is a number field. Oh, I'm sorry, this is a currency field. So when I clicked on that one, as you can see, we have a currency here. For the number, let me see. Tracking number. Yeah, this is a numbering field, I guess. Yes. And the percent, as you can use also as a data type. The phone format might change based on your location. For United States, it has a different format for each state and city. For Canada, it's different. For Europe, it's different. So this is like a formatted text. The pick list. I think we have one pick list there. Like this is a pick list, my friends. The stage. we can only go for one option here, saying that this opportunity stage is like its qualification, or let's say it's closed and won. This structure is called a pick list. And we have another pick list, but this time it's saying it's multi-select pick list. The multi-select pick list lets you choose more than one option. We will be giving an example for this one. Text, as you might imagine, you are entering a text there. Text area lets you also use text. Maybe it has a higher limit of characters, as also in the case of long. And the text area reach, you can format your text like changing its color. You can make it bold, or I think yes, we can paste images there. And text encrypted is also does have a specific structure. So let's say if we're not entering in that structure, it won't be accepted in these encrypted areas. And there is that time and URL. Plus, we have formulated data types. The auto number. The auto number, we gone through that. Like, let's say if it is a counter, and if we're starting it from some specific number, it will be gradually increase that number. A formula is a field where you have the result of the formula, or the result of the formula in a read-only field. That field cannot be changed, because in that field, a formula runs in the background and it shows its value there and in read-only format. And roll-up summary, we will be coming to that one. It's kind of a report about another record. So we will be also seeing those. And we have the relationship data types. The first one is lookup. The second one is master detail relationship, which are very important in Salesforce, because we will be having lots of relationships in between the objects. Sometimes, let's say we have one field in an object. Let's say we have this name field in an object, and let's say we created a new object and we supposed to relate this new object with the account object. If we relate them, we can use its fields. So there are two different relationships. The first one is lookup. The second one is the master detail. We will be going through those. Also, again, this is a categorization of the field data types. As you might imagine, these are numeric values. These are calendar values, time, date, time, or only date. And these are options, checkbox, pick list, multi-select, pick list. These are formatted tasks, like in URL, we need to have HTTP, or let's say HTTPS. And in phone, it should be having the area code depending on where you live. And for geolocation, it should be a formatted text as well. In email, also it's a formatted text. It should include the @ symbol. Also, it should include a domain name following with .com or other extensions. And these are all text type. They vary in their limits. Some areas only can have some specific number of characters. The other has maybe a lot more. And in rich, you can format the text. So in auto number and formula and roll-up summary, these are auto calculated areas. Okay, these areas will remain read-only. We won't be able to change these because they are already a result of some formula or some process. For auto number, let's say if it's a counter, it'll be giving us the next available number in line. For the formula, it will be bringing us that, let's say, we have, okay, let's use this, doesn't matter. Let's say we created a formula for that field, and let's say it's a basic formula. You must have used sum, and in sum, it's adding all the values of that row and pulling it here. So when we have a formula field, it will be showing this result here. So it won't be a editable one. The only thing we can edit about that field is how the formula works or how it functions. But once we use it in an object, when we define the field of formula, it will be only showing the result of that formula. So these three fields, we can say they are on read-only. They are the results of some processes or formulas. And these are also in the type of relations. This external lookup relationship is a different object. We'll be going through that. We'll be seeing lookup relationship and master detail relationship. We'll be using them in Salesforce as much as we can, because the business processes requires that as well. Not every object runs by itself. Always the objects have some relations with the other objects. Okay. Now, let's suppose we have one object. It's the account, and let's say this is a car object. And how should we define what type of data we'll use? It's obvious for the model name, we cannot use anything else. We cannot say it's a number. I don't know if there's a car existing with only numbers, but no. So in the text, we can use numbers as well, right? So we can write BM 530 or something, BMW 530. We can write it in text. For the brand name, it should be a text. For the color, okay. Let's say we have predefined colors. We're not stuck with text only. Maybe let's say that our company has 6 or 7 default colors. So if we know exactly what colors we have, we can also make this, you tell me what kind of data type. Let's say I have 6 colors and I don't have any colors out of that. Instead of text, what can I choose? Exactly, Kemal, thank you. We can use a pick list. And in the pick list, we can define these values and we let the user choose which one of them. And the mileage of a car, The mileage of a car, yes, could be text, could be number. The number of gear should be a number. So we should prevent the user entering a character here. And the price, it's better to have currency. Let's say you're a company and you're accepting payments, or let's say you're making refunds, but you're also making those in different currencies. Let's say you're in a country where 3 or more currencies are generally used in the market. So it's better to have the currency there. Okay. We already seen that one. So for each record, you can say the first record, the second record on your page, or the third record, but this might change. Also, it works as the logic of Excel. Let's say you sorted a field, and let's say you sorted that field from, let's say, ascending. In ascending, maybe it will be bringing the empty ones, and then it will be, say, it will be bringing the hundreds, and then maybe 50,000, yeah. So it will change, but let's say this is the first record on our page, and this is the second, this is the third one. So each rows are records. Each columns are my friends, fields. Yes. Okay, let's go over again. An app is a collection of items that work together to serve a particular function. Tab, custom tabs lets you display custom object data or other web content in Salesforce. When you add a custom tab to an app in Lightning Experience, it appears as an item in the app's navigation bar and in the app launcher as well. And there's that page layouts. Page layouts control the layout and organization of buttons, fields, controls, visual force, custom links, related list objects. In graphic design, page layout is the arrangement of visual elements on a page. So from page layout, what should we understand? Let's say I'm going to create a new lead, and this is my page layout. As you can see, it's well designed because it's starting with the name and first letting me choose the salutation name. So this is our page layout. And here we have different components here. We have an address information part here. All the address fields like the city, zip, postal code, country they are grouped here. Let's say if we haven't categorized all these fields, it won't look good, right? And it will be very hard to fill, because let's say the second field you're filling is street, and then later on you feel like 3 or more fields, then you'll be seeing the city. But in this layout, the address fields are grouped together. The additional information are grouped together. And last, there is another field saying description. And the main fields are grouped together here. So visually, this is our page layout. So by modifying the page layout, we can move the fields, we can change their sort. Like it won't be practical, but I can make first the last name and later on the first name. Or I can maybe, or yes, I can change the website if it's the web. I can group those contact information somewhere else here saying that contact, and in addition to address information, I can add the email, the website, the fax, and if they have the mobile. So can you get a glimpse of the page layout, what a page layout is? It's the visual part of our pages. Okay. Again, in the structure of a page layout, you'll be seeing again. In here, as you might recall, we have the name of our tab application. I'm sorry. Later on, we have these tabs. Tabs contain the objects. And inside them, we have the objects, right? The home, the account, the lead, contact, opportunity, and this is a custom field again. Custom, yes, it's a custom object. And later on, we have the fields. The field is an account name, and the record is Burlington Textiles Corporation of America. Now, my friends, this is the most important graph to make us understand about the structure here. So in the next lesson, we will be starting with here. And in the next lesson, we will be creating an object, and we will be adding it to a tab, and we will be adding it to an application. And later on, we will be creating some fields on that one, on that object. And as you can see here, when you look at this one, maybe you might wonder, why should I first start creating things? The first thing we need to create is the object itself. Yes, I will be sharing it, Nihan. I will be sharing. The object is the first thing that we're going to create. And later, while we're creating it, I will be showing you that we will be asked to add this object to a tab. Unless we do this, if we just created an object, and later on, if we go back to the application and try to add this object to our application, we won't be able to see it. This tab lets us, and it's a visual tool for us. Let me go back to the previous one. As you can see, this tab should be created. This tab should be created if I'm going to put the account object inside this one. Otherwise, the object will remain in the system. However, I won't be able to add it to an application. Okay, so we will be adding this object to a tab. That tab will be related with the application. Later on, we will be seeing our object. And once we can see that object, we can create our fields. We can format them. And we can change their page layouts. So this should be always in your mind. An object, when the object is created, it should be assigned to a tab. Tabs play a role in visualization in Salesforce, nothing more. We just put these like in a containers. So this part, is it clear, my friends? If you're confused, I can understand that, but while we're doing the hands-on practices, you will understand those easily. Because our job will be like creating objects all the time. Let's say in your project lessons, you will be acting like working in a project. So in that project, you will first start creating the objects first for your project, as the requirements says. So you will be creating objects, and you will be creating lots of fields. You'll be creating one app, maybe, yes, one app in your project lessons. If you won't have 2 project lessons, sometimes it's 2. I'm not sure about that, but if you're going to have one project lesson, you will create an application and you'll be creating some objects. It's hard to, yeah, exactly, it is from the slides. And also the order is different. So if we started with the hands-on experiences, the problem is we need to revert back and say, oh, this part is explained like this. So this session will be about getting familiar with the definitions. Later on, while we're doing the hands-on experiences, you will be getting the idea easily. For me, it was like this as well. As I said, I was a student like yourselves. So without doing sometimes the exercise or the hands-on or making something in practical way is the best way to learn. In theory, everything is in the air, but while you're doing it yourself, it's the best thing. So we will be doing those. An app page in Lightning experience and mobile app. And this is also, let's say we are looking at the same page, and this is the app page. You remember this one. And it looks like this in the desktop versions, and in the mobile, it's like this. Let me stop here because I think we have 1 or 2 minutes, and I will happily to answer your questions up to this point. I feel and I know it sounds complicated, but I can tell you this is super normal because the learning process, the first entrance is a little bit confusing when you first seeing it as a theory, but while we are doing it, it will be a piece of cake for you. In the project lessons, you will be required to create an object. You will be maybe creating object, the fields and the tabs, maybe in like under 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Nihan, I'm trying to process your question. Are all primitive? You mean the primitive data types? Okay, Korkut gave it a try, I guess, before. So as he says, it's not that complicated, like integer, float, long. Yeah, don't relate them with here. Okay. those are the terms you're going to use in the Apex. But yes, actually, let's say you're an Apex, you are a developer working as a Salesforce developer. Yes, maybe you will be asking these questions. Let's say you're creating a new application. In that time, you will be asking whether it's a float or it's a long or it's only an integer. But in here, we don't call them like that. We have decimal places in the numbers. There are formatted numbers also, but we're not using those terms in Salesforce or in admin terminology. Okay. Yeah, the primitive data types. Yeah. Okay, my friends. Any other questions? I'll be finishing it right now. But if you have questions, we'll be going with that. The next lesson, I thank you guys. The next lesson, we should finish this slides. I know it's a little bit painful to go through this without doing them, but first we're gonna go through these, and later on we will be starting the hands-on challenge, and then on the hands-on challenge I'll be returning back to various references. So I'll be returning back here maybe to tell you about the formats, the date time. So next lesson we'll be completing the slides, and we'll be moving on to the hands-on challenge, practices. Okay. Thank you, guys. Is there anything we can do on Trailhead? No, Kamila, it's too soon right now. Just try to absorb. And our next session will be on Tuesday. Once I publish this slides, you can go through them again. And in the meantime, if you have created that playground on Trailhead, just you can give it a try on playgrounds. You can work easily. Don't be afraid. You can change any value. You can try anything. But at this time, I think you're not ready to do anything. So instead of those, just focus on the definitions, because right now you're absorbing a terminology for the Salesforce. So once we have it set, we'll be building on that one. Fatih, what do you mean by HW? I know. No. We're not finished. We haven't seen a lot to give you a homework. So while we're in that position, I'll be giving you some Trailhead challenges as an homework. Or maybe I'll be giving you some scenarios saying that just create an object and fields with that types. But this will happen in future, not right now. We're still crawling right now. We're not on our feet. When we get on our feet, I'll be doing that. So if there are no questions, I'll be ending the session, guys. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. Have a great day or evening. Bye.